Hello. 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 Hi. It's me. No, I shouldn't do that. Well, not that it's like a reference to anything. I don't know. I'm fumbling around with my words already. Hi. I'm so excited for Ace Attorney. Are you excited for Ace Attorney? I've been looking forward to it all day. Actually, I feel like I missed my intro. Not that I have like a set in stone intro, but I feel like I missed it anyways. Hello. Hi. I guess I just say hi. Okay. I feel like I'm missing some. How's everyone doing, I guess? I'm doing good. I've been really excited today for the last trial. I think I have everything down packed in terms of like how this is gonna play out and what's gonna happen and stuff. So I'm kind of excited to be like, I guess finally finished with it. It would be like the first series in this yeah, the first series on this channel that we finished. And I was thinking about possibly getting another commission to celebrate. Maybe like getting like an Ace Attorney inspired artwork I think would be kind of awesome. Excuse me. Maybe I want to, but I kind of afraid to like. There's an artist that I have in mind, but I'm kind of afraid that they don't care for Ace Attorney that much. So I'm like, oh, but what if they like, not that they wouldn't really execute my vision, but because it would be nice to kind of just give them creative freedom to kind of do what they want. But if they don't really have any ideas, then I kind of have to like, oh, I want it to look like this, you know, in order to see what I might have in mind. I don't mind. It's just because I know that I'm bad with words, so I'm gonna want to like draw it out instead of, and then I might as well just draw it, you know. But it's not really a complaint. It's just something that I kind of like. It makes me nervous more so than anything. What else is new today before I start the game? Or while I'm opening up the game, that's what I should be doing, because we are late by more than an hour, which is why we were on the starting soon screen for such a short amount of time compared to usual. I tried to just let it have like one kind of go through, and then I would switch over because we are late. Luckily, I don't work tomorrow, so it's not really too much of an issue. Like, it's not gonna get in the way of anything or mess up my teschedules or whatever. But I have been trying to go to sleep at a reasonable time. These streams, the kind of idea that I had for them. Hold on. I think I might be good. I should be good. Oh, I forgot that I have a chat like right over there. I opened up Twitch and all that stuff just so I could like. My bad. I forgot. That's okay. It should be fine. I don't want to make it a habit of not capturing the audio of people talking in the background to the best of my ability. It can't be helped sometimes. But like they literally like walked up to me and they were like, I'm down here so I can get some water. It's like, okay. Like you died? Oh well. Not complaining, I guess. Well, maybe a little bit. What was I thinking of? Today was a good day. I've been feeling very like energetic. It's actually been kind of on and off today. I've been having like mood swings or something. Well, not mood swings. It's more like I've been very irritable today. So I was kind of afraid that was gonna like seep into the stream, but I was gonna stream anyways because I really want to finish Ace Attorney tonight. But I ate some lamb for the first time today. And that was wonderful. So I think that really like elevated my mood by a lot. I think I'm good. Again. That time was my grandma. She was talking to me about teas. I think I was talking about it before. I'm drinking tea. I got tea this time because last time my throat felt like... Yeah, my throat felt horrible last time. So I got tea this time. It's green tea instead of black tea. We usually get these like Lipton tea bags that we drink. I wanted to try something different, and she was telling me that I should put honey instead of sugar in it, and I should also try white tea, which I got like a an assortment, like one of those boxes that has just a bunch of different flavors. Two of them. One of them is it's like green tea. Two things of green tea. One of them has lemon added to it. And then there's like Earl Grey, some like chamomile maybe. I don't know. It's just a bunch of stuff. And then the other one is like herbal teas. So I'm gonna be kind of trying those, and probably every stream I'll be like, I'm drinking this today. Probably won't be drinking the like sleepy time ones, because I'm pretty sure I have like 2 flavors that are like sleepy. Because I don't want to fall asleep during stream. But I might try them anyways. Maybe, mayhaps. But I was gonna no, actually that might have been all I had to say. Just wanted to, try to chat a little bit before the stream starts. I mean, the stream's already started, but you know what I mean. Hold on. My browser's not making sound anymore. Okay. I mean, we're basically done. I don't really know how to transition, but gaming. Actually, don't have my gaming screen up yet. There it is. Edition. Whoa, that was quick. Turn off the music so that I can hear. And I'm so excited. I really am. Okay. Episode 5, Rise from the Ashes. I need to take a note of that so that I can name things accordingly. Rise from the Ashes. I think we're definitely going to be like combing our way through all of the Ace Attorney games. So I'm planning to do multiple series for each episode. Excuse me, sorry. So this series is going to be titled Phoenix Wright, or probably Ace Attorney Rise from the Ashes. And then the other ones are going to be like Ace Attorney, whatever the title of that episode is. Okay, are we ready? I think we're ready. Let me drink some more tea. Green tea definitely does have that, like, that earthy taste to it. So I'm happy that I have water as well. Like, it's not bad, but it's like, it's got that little earthy twang to it. Okay. February 25th, 9:45 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, alright? But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Oh, she did tell us what actually happened. I'm kind of worried. Because she was sworn to secrecy on that one. And Where's Emma for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! I'm gonna keep that. I imagine that Phoenix said it in that exact same tone. Knowing you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777777 ID is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday was because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. 5 minutes? But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here. Hear what you have to say. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, I love Edgeworth. Which is not the reason why I'm excited, but the fact he's grown so much, and you guys haven't seen it, at least not with me. But I witnessed it twice because this is my first time playing. But I watched like a playthrough beforehand. I really look forward to like the future games and stuff, like seeing if their relationship develops anymore. But I think that might just be all of the like Ace Attorney. That's like all of the Ace Attorney fan art that I've been like seeing on my timeline that's been talking. I should retweet some of it. TBH. I gotta focus. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out from her. Of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce on the past. That depends on you. Okay. She's found guilty. You'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? He definitely didn't say it like that. But I don't know how to... I'm excited, so my tones are all off and I can't act. I don't have any experience acting. See you in court, right? Something like that. I don't know. My tones are all off and that stuff. We'll work on it. This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. February 25th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. I don't like him. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Aji. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is at my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Oh, you know she gonna get up here and she gonna start lying. Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Come on, she's just gonna say, I killed him. Like we're stupid or something. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. How am I gonna do this? How are we gonna pull through? Can the prosecution? Well, okay, we have to see obviously, but we're building tension here. How am I gonna do this? I'm hoping that the prosecution steps in and he's like, look, we can't do this. Let's hear what Phoenix has to say. Something. Or I hope that there's a way for me to be like, no, let's hear her actual testimony and then I'll pick it apart and prove her wrong. Something. Anything. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Objection! Yes! Yes! Edward, how I do it. Okay. I'm actually like kind of on the edge of my seat here because like I have no idea what's gonna happen. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Kent. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. Okay, Edward, okay. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me that some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Oh, someone said hold it. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be even greater tragedy to avert one eyes from it. Ooh. I missed this a little. I'm so sorry. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Kent? Earthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Oh. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. I hope Emma's okay. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget that, though. I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. As an incident that was resolved. Wait, is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Sorry, I had to mute again. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Okay. 2 years ago. We have incomplete evidence about that, but I kind of have an idea. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. He might be bluffing. I don't think he actually fully knows what's going on. Exactly. You've gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Okay. We gotta... I know Phoenix is the way that he is, but we have to... I hope we're nice to her. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, right? Yes, she was second in command under the deputy chief of police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Guy used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man. Yes, Joe Dart. He was a serial killer. Joe Dart was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dart proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dirk's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dart. When Dart grabbed me, I thought I was good as dead. That's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in the instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dart. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in the room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right. But just then lightning flashed out. Right, but just then lightning flashed out again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. You told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. That the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Oh, but I have it. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. I guess we'll press it before we present anything. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? No, I found it actually. But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. Hold on. I wanna, because we said it was really important, so I wanna look at it again, just to check. Because, yeah, the only thing I'm thinking is that it's not really clear if he's holding a knife or not, in terms of whether or not it's important. But I did draw it, I swear, I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image on your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. We'll press it before that must have been a real shot. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Just tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, I was thrown aside, and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Okay, so we'll try presenting the new statement as like, oh, here's the picture, you know? Oops. Because if, in terms of like, oh, objection, it's like, oh, it didn't get lost. It was actually hidden. Objection! Oh, and the music stopped, which means I got the right answer. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that the prosecutor for that case, as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Oops. I didn't read what Phoenix had to say. I'm so sorry, Phoenix. Is there a way to see? Nar. Okay. I'm sorry, Phoenix. My apologies. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident? Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here, where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case was ever reached you. What? What? Order. But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth? It's possible. Let's see. Oh my god! He's just groaning. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Oh my god. No way we can't miss that. He's shaking the table up. Sorry, Miss. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. What is that? That thing. That thing was dancing in the evidence room? There's no way. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. Wait, I want to see the rest of it. I want to look at it. Okay, so the other side doesn't really matter, does it? Yeah, I don't think the other side is really important, but it's just the fact that it's... But... I don't... Why is he drawn on the... Why'd you put him on there? Why'd you put the blue badger there? What does he have to do with the case? Very well. Witness? Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is unexpected. This is better than I could have expected. Wow. Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Okay. Well, I guess, so what we might want to say is that, so you said all you saw were shadows, right? So does that mean you don't 100%, like you didn't see the face of the person who stabbed Neil? Is that what you're saying here? And then that can kind of lend us a little bit to think. A flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Oh! My alarm. Okay. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. It does not. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Honestly, and then one of the funnier parts is that Edgeworth was like, you'll see, you know, where this is going, because he doesn't know what's going on. And then it's like, how shaken up he was, how shaken up he got by like the revealing of any kind of evidence. It's amazing, because it's like, yeah, he doesn't know what's going on. He's putting his complete faith in Phoenix, but he's playing it off like it's like he's ready for it, and it's awesome. Okay, we're gonna press everything again. I think this is another just press everything and see what we can reveal. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. Yeah, that makes sense. During the investigation, during that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Sky. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still be fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why the picture is painted in all black? Well, the flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see was shadows. So, at that time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor. Dark had a tight grip on me, so Mr. Marshall jumped on him. I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? No, it's just that she didn't see, so it might have not been dark, you know? That's all I'm saying. Hey, I'm not the bad guy here, and I love the exchanges between them too. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. It doesn't. That's the thing, it doesn't. Oh wait, it does. And the fact that you just, you couldn't see it that well. It could have been a different guy that stabbed him, is all I'm saying. So, I guess let's press it. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No. No, of course not. I better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Yes. Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted on her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. There is? Oh man, I don't know what it is. Okay, so that means we have to look around at our evidence and see what it contradicts. So it's not the evidence list, because that's the thing that has her picture in it. It has nothing to do with her fingerprints. Time of death between 7 and 7:30. Single stab wound piercing the heart and lung. Died from blood loss. Another 10 minutes. Weapon found in the wound was a missing tip. It doesn't conflict with his autopsy report because it says that he was stabbed, you know. This makes her a witness, but that's about it. Joe Dark, serial murder, victims, prosecutor, witness, investigators, head investigator. Yeah. It doesn't conflict with any of that. It would only be SL9 evidence, that's what we can say for sure. Nothing to do with the jar, I don't think. Not that I can really see what's up with that jar, aside from the fact that he was hiding it. Nothing to do with the glove. Goodman's lost letter. No. So I'm thinking the switchblade knife, because it's like, why didn't you draw? I know that I said that earlier. I was like, you know, you saw that he stabbed him with a knife, but why didn't you draw an object that was clearly a knife? That's the kind of only thing that I can think. So we can kind of try to present the knife and see if that's it. And if not, then I have no idea. Because I'm thinking that it's the knife. Because it's like, why didn't you draw a knife? Nothing to do with that. Let's try the knife. And hopefully... Nope, it's wrong. It's wrong. Okay. It says that there's clearly a contradiction. There's clearly a contradiction. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. That's strange. She claims that this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction. We can I'm gonna look it up because I don't want to mess up. But we can also try presenting the picture itself and then being like there is an issue with the picture. Let's see, Ace Attorney. Okay. Strategy wiki. Case information, locations. No. Okay, so we are in the final day trial. Ladder? Okay, investigation trial former. I asked about the picture. Wait, it's his autopsy report? Oh, okay. So we were on the right path, but we were I was doing the wrong thing. So it is his autopsy report. And it is the fact that I think it is. So it is his autopsy report, and then I think it's the fact that it's like not really clearly a knife. So like, where's the sharp tip? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it, just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? And it's the tip of the blade. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I can recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. If it was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to its back. To the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Okay, so I had the track of mine, but I just didn't have... Okay. Okay. What's the meaning of this? Edward, listen. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand? Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, then it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. No, her memory is not mistaken. Somebody planted it after the fact. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure that she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. I have a way. Not so fast, Mr. Edward. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence. You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny that you can't deny the possibility. Oh. Order. Are you saying that investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me once again to go over the events that took place the day of the murder. Police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gann. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. Thank you, Edgered. There must have been another broken knife. I got one. What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives? Another broken knife beside Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Okay. It's gonna be the trophy. We're gonna try the trophy. If it doesn't work, we're gonna use a picture. If anything's broken here, it's you. Come on. Huh? I'm sure this must all be amusing to you, Mr. Wright. But may I remind you that the fate of Miss Lana Sky hangs in the balance? No. Sorry, Your Honor. Please give me another chance. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Okay, so it's the picture. The answer lies in the past. 2 years ago in the past. Right here inside the picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Oh, he just realized. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order, order, order. Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, the man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Marshall. Oh. Actually, the kind of picture that I had in my mind, like maybe he was gonna kill him, but then he got stabbed. But how did he get stabbed with the prosecutor thing? Okay, we'll see. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Oh, someone stop this. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture, I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part deep away. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. Wow. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Let me drink some tea. And then some water. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards the both of them. Oh! I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw a shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives didn't even design him until this year. That would mean he didn't exist 2 years ago. Yes, well... Oh. Stop. Please, don't pursue this any further. Oh, she's panicking. Lana. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defense's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. When I saw that man raise his knife... Okay, we're gonna press everything. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. Excuse me. So then you... I panicked and rushed toward both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help the other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean you think? Again, it's all shadows. It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young man. Young girl. I'm so sorry, Emma. So then, what happened next? Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Okay, we should press all the statements, and then I'm thinking about what I'm thinking about, and then I'll tell you guys about what's going on in my brain. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew the picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him in the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh brother, just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Let's check the evidence. Is there any... I don't see any signs of him in this picture. Nothing vaguely Blue Badger shaped at all. Nope, nothing. Was it the vase? No. But it could have been the vase? Wait, H and... No, not quite. Not quite, no. I'm thinking if she saw the vase from a certain angle, then she might have kind of seen it as the Blue Badger. But I don't really know what kind of angle you'd have to see it from. Jar has no bottom, so the hole goes right through. I wonder if it's really a jar. I wonder if it's really a jar or some kind of weird telescope. I feel like... I don't know, there's a part of me that's thinking it might be related to this jar. But it only has 2, so I'm not really sure what... Wait, no... But maybe, it might have been, then I guess we're still missing a piece. I don't know if you see the vision here, but it looks like there's actually 3 pieces. It looks like there's actually 3 pieces that it's supposed to be. But I'm not sure if it really aligns in the way that it should in order to make this work. We can try the vase because it does have like a kind of similar like kind of vibe to it. I think we can try the vase and see if that will give us anything. Dark red stains must be blood traces from the incident 2 years ago. Only the fragments found in Chief Gant's office still has lines remaining on it. I'm thinking that it's the vase. And that it's like the vase's kind of shape that has it a little bit confusing because it looks like there's a piece missing. So she saw a shadow. I think it might be the vase. I feel like the Blue Badger is a little mistaken, but Chief Gant might have taken from her design that she accidentally made. I feel like this might have been, yeah, it could have been the vase because it broke. Yeah, I think it's the face. Okay, we'll press this. And then his shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with his winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. It had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. So it must be the face. And I suppose you have an explanation? I think I do. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger, really? I think I might know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw the shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there was indeed something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Hmm? Mr. Wright. In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger lookalike. I think it's the vase. And the music stopped, which means I was right. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this. The music, dog, the music. I'm afraid I'm gonna get it wrong. Oh, I think I see it. Oh, I kind of see it. Something like that. Oh, this isn't right. I gotta make it look like the badger. Allow me to remind the defense, its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim. I'm sorry. I'm gonna find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally? Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. Okay. Man. I feel like it couldn't have been this. Oh, I think that's it. I got it. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. no. It can't be. Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. Hold on. I can put my phone on low power mode. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoy Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. Okay, I actually don't know what it has to do with the case. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Wright. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The location? Hold on. We already knew the location, and the murderer still isn't really... I actually don't know. Cause this is on... Oh wait, actually, is this on Gant's side? I think this might be on Gant's side. Cause that pot jar, like according to the photo, I think it's on Chief Gant's side. Oh. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes. Very well knowing... yes. Well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, I know. It is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Not exactly. I think it might have started on Gant's side and then it might have ended on Lana's side because the blood was on Lana's side. Yes. Oh, well, why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? No. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he is knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah, the suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who knocked the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking, oh, okay, hold on. Well, no, I was saying this before. It might have been that Emma was technically the one who did the thing, and Lana couldn't, Emma couldn't, she couldn't allow Emma to be known for possibly murdering. But it might be that all of the evidence points to her, but that's not what happened. Maybe, because just according to the testimonies and all that stuff, it seems like all of the evidence points to Emma. And the reason why Lana would the reason why Damon Gant was able to kind of keep this under lock and key is because it's I could reveal that your sister did it. I'm sitting on this dirt, and we can't let that happen, can we? So now she's under his control to protect her sister. But the question is that really what happened? That's just where all the evidence points, it might not really be what happened. Yes. There's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright? What's the matter? If the events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, that might have been what happened. I really hope it's not, though. Oh, I really hope it's not. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No, Emma, no. Oh, did she pass out again? She might have passed out again. I'm so sorry. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it's the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. No, Emma. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? Are you sure, you Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're gonna have to find proof. You're gonna have to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touche, Miss Sky. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. Oh man, let's check the base again. I feel like it has to be the face, because we have the piece of cloth that proves that Emma was there, and then Chief Gant was like hiding the evidence, you know. It proves that she pushed him, probably, but it doesn't exactly verify that. Clear handprint can be seen on this on the leather cloth. Print belongs to Emma, and I think I'll keep this information to myself. So we don't really need this right now. And it's probably gonna have to be a jar if we break it again. It might be, yeah, Emma. It might be Emma. There's no one else you can print it on for that. I don't know. I don't want to pin it on her though. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I'm gonna think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? I don't want to, but this is just to prove that Damon Gant has dirt on you. Which is why you're getting convicted for murder right now. Do not be mistaken, Miss Guy. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright. Please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from this deceased. It has to be the vase, because it has a weird like line on it. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he gonna just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten. This is just a jar. The message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. But notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines? Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precise moments left to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seep through the jar where the lines change directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Gotta connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim could have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. I don't want to pin her for murder. I was hoping it was a damn and Gant. I was hoping it was her. I was hoping it was him. But it does definitely say Emma. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client is innocent. That's why I've been thinking about this. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Man, get off the stand. Ain't nobody talking to you. Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yeah. And that decisive evidence that sentenced that guy to the death sentence or something. He died. Just proof that that decisive evidence was BS. Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not because of Edgeworth. He was given faulty evidence. It was handed to him. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Okay. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up of evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Oh, everyone's loud. What's going on in the prosecutor's office? Oh, how can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, 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 order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Generally speaking, we would have probably ended it here, but I do want to finish it tonight. I have a lot of energy. February 25th. 1206 District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Man, so we have shown that Emma was possibly. There's a possibility that Emma is the one who murdered Neil Marshall. That is what we discovered. But it does not technically have anything to do with this case that we are currently trying to do. So what I'm guessing we're gonna have to do next is connect the dots here. We gotta connect the we gotta connect this case to that previous case, which I've already said that Lana definitely, like, damn again knows or had information. Oh yeah, Emma's the one who did it, or there's proof that shows that Emma did it. But in order to keep Lana under his control, he was able to use that as blackmail for her, and that is, you know, what allowed her to commit murder. And maybe we can also kind of point this on Goodman, because Goodman, being the one who interviewed her, would be the most likely to, like, kind of know what actually happened. So he really needed her out of the pic. I mean, he really needed Goodman out of the picture. That's kind of like the information that I'm rolling with right now. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Oh, and now Damon is like, well, Edgeworth, that's your problem. Like, he's not the one who gave him the falsified evidence, but okay. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? Oops. You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all day. Wait, you got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I did not call you here. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this. Wait, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about that the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. You could at least study some evidence wrong. Really? The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Okay. Evidence law securely slipped into pocket. We're gonna look at that right now. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Unregistered evidence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Haven't you figured it out yet? Why are you still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she's unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lona didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're gonna expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. February 25th, 12:52, District Court, courtroom number 9. I think what we're gonna do before we head into this case, we should probably take like a little stretch break. Just a small one. A little stretch break, a little bathroom break. Because it did take me almost 2 hours to get through that one, and we're not gonna manifest another 2 hours, but it might take a while. So okay, we're gonna be right back. I'm gonna kind of stretch and then quick bathroom break, drink my water, all that jazz, to make sure that we're not too like stiff. Okay, see you in a little bit. I'm back. I hope that it was a nice little break. I hope it didn't take too long. I know that, like, for VOD watchers, you kind of want to just skip the break period, but for anyone else, I hope I didn't take too long. I hope we got some stretches in, some posture checks, water, snacks, all that jazz. Because we probably have another 2 hours ahead of us. Probably. But maybe not. We'll see. Still got a lot of energy in me. I have to quiet down so that I'm not too loud. Grandma's supposed to be sleeping right now. Okay. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well... Normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But... that's a lot of coughing. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual argument, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... Oh... I feel like it has to be Miss Lana Sky. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Cause what are we gonna ask Damon Gann? I don't want to make a mistake. I think it's Lana. I'll ask Lana. Okay, we'll ask her. And then if it doesn't work out, then I guess Gann. But we can't immediately go to the murderer, because why are you asking him questions?
Take that! Objection!
It appears I've overestimated you, Mr. Wright. Huh? For a moment, I actually thought you knew what you were doing. Mr. Wright, this court has long since tired of your questionable antics. I still don't have any concrete evidence. But judging by the direction everything seems to be pointing, there's another even more suspicious person. The defense calls... Okay, so we're supposed to talk to the murderer here. Okay. We were supposed to call the murderer to the stand. I just don't know what we would ask him. I'm sorry. Damon Gann, The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel like we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have manipulated been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff. Please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant. The court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things accounting for it. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that the police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So now we have to prove that there was evidence that he kept hidden away in his safe. Him? Who was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear cut. The police chief has the right to refuse to testify, and I'd better hit him hard and fast. Okay, so I guess we'll comb through what he's... Well, he can't really punish me for pressing. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. Okay, we'll press... Well, I'll look over his statements, see what Phoenix has to say, and then I'll probably press him on everything. So they were questioning him. Long story short, slipped up. Power outage didn't help either. Went to my office, found Lana there. Why did he go to his office? I guess. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the freak. Okay, we'll press them on everything. As I recall, the ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. It was the defendant, Lana Sky. Was the defendant, Lana Sky, also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say, you got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden. And I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil as when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means... You found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor. That really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving the body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record. Worthy, always a smooth talker. But which piece of evidence it ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence. That can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Okay. So that means... So it's not this. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay. So we have the handprint that we found in his safe. And we have this, which we found in his desk. Yep. Marshall's fingerprints. This jar. We can try the handprint, but I feel like So, like, he did have something to do with the forgery. It has to be proved. I'm thinking the evidence list. This was found in Gant's desk. And this one was also found in his safe. We can try the jar. I think I'm gonna try the jar. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of the jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in this illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it, then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or did you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know? Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Aji. In return, though, I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Okay. So now we have to see if we can prove when they did the thing. Okay. So how can we prove that we didn't plant them in his office? We can check the evidence list itself. Oh, but it only shows the back, which we know for sure that it's not something like the part of the evidence list. It should have been submitted, but it didn't get submitted, did I? And the vase is from the murder. It's all SL9 stuff. So this is SL9. That's SL9. This is from the SL9 incident. All of the other pieces of the jar were inside of Goodman's locker. How can we prove when we found them? I don't think the ID card record. Because testimony isn't enough, is it? Testimony is not the move. It has to be. Testimony is not enough. It has to be hard evidence. That these pieces of evidence were from afterwards. I have reason to believe that at least the vase was in Goodman's locker, since the rest of it was in his locker. And then the evidence list is the SL9 incident. You can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. But there's gotta be a way to do that. No cameras, no ID card record. For his room. I'm stumped. I really am stumped. So, it's okay. I looked it up, by the way. I looked it up. Oh wait, no. Wait, did I didn't press him on anything. Oh, that's the problem. I didn't press him on anything. Okay. I'd appreciate it if you stopped making these ridiculous allegations. I forgot to press him. I'm so sorry. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch. And tip, Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove that you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're gonna need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Rido's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, then they would prove his investigation was illegal. Oh. Never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Rido. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't pull that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Rido. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. What do you mean by it? I keep dropping my napkins. Give me a second. Okay. I had some napkins on my desk from dinner last night, I believe. They were clean napkins and not dirty ones. I would have thrown them away if they were dirty. But I guess they're dirty now, so. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure if I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, how do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Grant? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you reap from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh? The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of the SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. He was gonna be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Haji, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. That's not... Well, there is something in it for you. You got control. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, no, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone else out? I mean, yes? I mean, no? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone else out? I can't think of how it would help him. That means he wouldn't have helped out anyone. Relax and take a deep breath, Mr. Wright. Try to think outside the box. After all, that's what you're good at, isn't it? Think outside the box. I never thought I'd hear him tell me that. Question isn't who would the chief help. Question is who would ask the chief for help. If someone did that, he'd be sure to find a way to benefit from that person. It appears the defense has nothing more to say. Chief, would you please repeat your testimony from the beginning? Oh, okay, so I was supposed to say point out the accomplice. I wasn't sure. Okay, I guess we'll press it again. True, you might not help anyone out for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That is not what I mean. Very well then. Who is the person that you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Duh.
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in the light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for the Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. The reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed the chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Girl, that is not what we're saying. But okay. Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. A minute, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite the imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? No. Lana... she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident. This incident, or which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, the Chief is now making up for... The Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order, order, order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse Chief of Police of blackmail and murder. That's impossible. He's in the perfect position to do it. I don't know what to say. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edwards said in easier to understand language. Don't put this on him. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? Oh, give me a second. Can I prove what? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved with this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. Question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. It better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. It's... in my head, it's gotta be the ID card record. Cause that's one thing. There's also the screwdriver, but I don't really see how we can tie that to him yet. We can try the ID card record. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list that couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove this is my ID number. I mean, my card number. That's your number. Oh, he just showed it to us. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code is 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order, order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of the police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? The trial's purpose is to determine the Monoskai's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. What proof do we have that they were in the same room as each other? Oh, I don't know. I think... Okay. I'm thinking that it's the evidence locker because Goodman's locker was open, but he apparently wasn't there on that day. According to the ID card record. So obviously he entered somehow, but you know, how did he get in there? So there's that. There's also the little memo. But I'm not sure if that really confirms that they met up with each other or not. Because that just says 221 SL9. It doesn't really tell us that the two of them saw each other. It just confirms that he probably would have went to the evidence room, or he was planning to go to the evidence room or something. I don't want to mess this up. I genuinely do not want to mess this up. I'm relying on the guide a little too much. I don't see I don't think I see the connection here. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Oh. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. You filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form from you, Chief Gant. Oh, took the form to you? Then you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the same room. Hold on, let me guess what you're gonna say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Don't start lying. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found with his body. True. Oh, that's a really good sprite. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did you manage to move it there? With your car. It was found in your car, Edgeworth. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have the entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was just a useless clue that was taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Okay, I did see on the guide what it is. Like I don't have it scrolled up so I can't see it, but I'm pretty sure it's the screwdriver to show that he broke into Edgeworth's car. But to move the body, he used his car. But okay, we're gonna try the screwdriver. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? So we know for sure that it was in Edgeworth's car. Like I kind of already laid it out earlier, talking about how he had Edgeworth come, because we see the court record, or not the ID record, which shows that Miles came in, or he came into the evidence room at 4:40, and I don't remember. Edgeworth is probably going to explain to us what exactly happened with the screwdriver. But while Edgeworth is meandering around in the thingy, he broke into Edward's trunk because the lock was broken. And he stuffed the body in there. And then Edward transported the body for him because it was in his trunk. What's this? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with the case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it was obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transfer evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order, order. What is going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Stark took at the prosecutor's office. This is not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. This is exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Rido, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. No way. I have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. Oh, I'm sorry I cut you off. Actually, I'm not sorry, but we're missing information because of that. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, you think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show me your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Cameron Gant is the current chief of police. The court will not tolerate any accusations against him without any concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body. Do I have any concrete proof? Okay, do I have any concrete proof? Do I have any concrete proof? I have to have concrete proof. It's not going to be any SL9 stuff. It's not going to be the security tape. It's not this jar. screwdriver. Do you think it's the knife? It might be the knife. Oh, it's so tempting to check because it's right there. But I have to think. I feel like it could be the knife, but the knife doesn't really... I think it's the switchblade knife. We're gonna try the switchblade knife. Can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence. Then please, hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. Oh, beyond a shadow of a doubt is scary. I think it's a switchblade knife. So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof as to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the Chief's guilt. I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? What I think, Mr. Wright, is that I'm going to be late for lunch. Okay, that wasn't enough. So it's not the murder weapon. Concrete proof. I don't think so. I don't think I do. I guess not. It's no use showing evidence if I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I do not have conclusive evidence. See, Aji? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the Chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Rido. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you. He's gone? I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to our senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth...
Take that!
The defendant? Miss Lana Sky? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. This court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now... Hold on. Did you forget? I thought you were gonna eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you never support such an outrageous claims anyways, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Oh, he's so evil. Like, it kind of just openly was like, oh, yeah, he's controlling her. Specifically with the possibility of her sister being found guilty for murder. This court is now in recess. February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Oh, man. Oh, let me save. I guess I'll save right here instead. Man, I feel like I need to stretch again. Well, I didn't really properly stretch the last time. Okay. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, Gumshoe's back. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided where I work now. At your office. Oh. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could you mean... Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said? Chief, that's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Oh, it's Emma. Hi, Emma. I missed you. Emma, are you okay? Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders? She must have shut herself up deep inside and forced herself to to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. No! It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, right? It's time to end this. Oh, I saved prematurely. February 25th, 2:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done for these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. You remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. But she's gonna lie about it. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana... If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Gant and the fabrication. Okay. As you might be able to hear, I am starting to get sleepy, but we got this. We fully and wholeheartedly got this. We got this. So, I already know the drill. We're gonna press everything. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 yen then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Kent was a respectable detective. That's why. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence to use it. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want the incidents to ruin her life. What she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Oh no. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? Seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The Broken Prosecutor's Award. What? That's not what we found out. That doesn't align with what we found out earlier. The Broken Prosecutor Award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. No. So it looks like the evidence does point to Emma, but it really is Damon Kent who did it. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Hold on. She said that she walked in to the... What happened to the other knife? That's the question. What happened to the other knife? Why don't we have the other knife? We need that other knife. Yes. What? This isn't adding up. You planted the tip of and you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edward. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why did you move the body, I think is the question. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Explain this for me. Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Drake committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it'd be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Drake was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Yeah, I don't think it shattered until later. I committed this fabrication completely alone. Okay, so I'm going to present something. I'm going to present Emma's drawing because we saw it, or Emma saw it completely whole. So the question is, when did it break? Oh. Your Honor, what do you think about the witness's statement? I'm not sure I follow. It doesn't. Phoenix. You don't sound very convicted, Mr. Ray. Or convinced. Objection overruled. No. Okay, we'll press her last statement. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. It's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you in the end. I guess it's the jar then. Sorry. Miss Lana Sky. Oh, Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If the truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring it to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written in this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must have not yet been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order. Your Honor. It would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloodied message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room, so I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. Okay. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case. Dang. Not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You're an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on it? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you'd do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. How could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light with the camera on me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I could think about was wiping the thing. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene. Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. And the detectives. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's... Her sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing the right thing. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. Oh, Phoenix has figured it out. I have not. Okay. Blood traces on the jar. Dark in the room. Didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Fragments are so large, I can sure I got them all. Time to check it out. Okay. We can try the vase again because she didn't get all of them. There was the fragment that we grabbed. Yeah, the fragment that we found. Miss Sky, I believe the shark conceals the truth even you are unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was... blood, still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered up every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant simply have missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day. Looking for my denture. Oops. Okay. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on the shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, he broke the jar. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No, he can't. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar, and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the crime at the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dart, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the chief's puppet. Ouch. No, I did it on my own. Jesus, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Wright says. Defense attorneys make up their most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. No! Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So, do you tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accident killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Oh. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the seat of Armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Camp help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the Armor's sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. Okay. Well, I got it this morning. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Oh, it's in there. Kind of. Ouch. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after arranging everything. Mr. Wright, the piece cutting out from his vest. Could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? So that means the evidence was manipulated afterwards. What's this? Yep, that's her handprint. That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. But it's not. But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body. Oh! Hello? Come now, Aji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two for my defense. In my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. I love that sprite so much. Huh, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that is true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Rido? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves you knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? I have evidence that she pushed him. But who cut the cloth off of his vest? Because a part of his vest was ripped off. Emma didn't do that. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as a murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this one through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? I mean, yeah, I guess, and then I'm gonna have to talk my way out of it, right? Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence. Alright. The time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have gotta be the Chief's. No. Now, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. I mean, it's a piece of leather cloth? Yes. It most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim onto the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on this? Sure, Redo has checked. Haven't you? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Sky's. Miss Emma Sky's. What? They're mine? So I really did do it. See? I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. For presenting that evidence, you tied Emma to Neil Marshall's death. No. It appears we have our killer. Oh. No. I made the wrong... Okay, I made the wrong decision. Okay. So I think it's the picture. Okay, we're not gonna read through all of it. We're just gonna kind of run through it. Okay, first testimony, I believe we press everything. Okay. Okay, and then I remember this one is, why did you move the body? Okay. Okay, the jar threatens your plans. Okay, so there was a contradiction there. It was the jar itself, I believe.
Objection!
Okay. And then the jar was not broken when Emma saw it. And also there was the whole Marshall writing on it, and it was whole when he wrote the message. Okay. So we need more information. Okay. New testimony, jar and the message in blood. Okay, give it the run through. Okay. She wiped away the blood. And then I believe immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. Didn't have time to check it out. Be safe, I worked the blood. Large, so I'm sure I got them all. Okay. I think we're gonna just press this statement and the one after to see if I'm missing something. Okay, so not that one.
Hold it!
Okay. So I'm sure I got them all. Okay, so I think this one, there's a contradiction because she did not get all of them.
Objection!
Then the music stopped, which means I got it right.
Objection!
I think I want to do a really quick save. Probably in between. I'm afraid this is unlikely. She would have missed it, especially since she's an ace detective. So now we're trying to imply that Chief Dan was there first, and
Objection!
okay, and then the judge is the one who's freaking out, even though it's not his trial, so he doesn't. Not the one on trial here. Right to the witness. Break the jar. And then he hid one of the pieces. And then he fabricated the evidence. Which means this should be was able to before. Okay, she bites her fingers so we're getting really close. Okay, and it wasn't her. She didn't kill anybody. We are gonna save really quick because I don't want to have to. If I make another mistake, I don't want to risk it. Okay, didn't kill anyone. Defense attorney's just making up stuff, according to her. Okay, And now everyone's accusing me of being a liar. And then now we're considering that we are still playing into his trap. Okay. Evidence was fabricated right in your back. The Emma's accident killing might also be a lie. So we're trying to get her to tell the truth. Cause okay, I'm gonna save again. Just so that we're a little bit closer. Okay. So I think that's a kind of a good place for it to be. Alright. The witness may testify once more for the final time. Oh, wait. I thought he interrupts. I was in Russia's body suit. I was smart. I ran dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. I saw what happened. I thought she did it. So I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. Our chief can't help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. Body was impaled on the army's sword. You were the only one who saw that. If you had proof... Actually, I do have proof. Oh, we're gonna skip past this one. Because they're like... Because she's like, I have proof. And then Phoenix is like, what? I have the proof? What are you talking about? Okay. Oh, my bad. Open it up, it's in the last book. Okay. It's a picture of... It's a crazy picture, but we're seeing that it was torn. So this picture can prove that someone else did it. Cut off from as fast. So the fact that it's the cut fabric, the fact that the fabric has been cut rather than the piece of fabric itself, which completely pins it on Emma, which now we are gathering that it's not Emma. I didn't think it was her at first, and then I was like, oh, I guess it's her. But now it is looking like, because she said that she saw the what's it called? Oh wait, she knows she mentioned the trophy. It's kind of weird that she mentioned it. Okay. All right, cross-examination. Show crime scene. Oh, and there we go. This lunatic. Come now, Aji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What? Now you want to make me out to be the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You've already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This might be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your neck. Such a good spray. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you. I need more tea. Wait. That's the rest of it. Sorry to disappoint you. But I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone... So, what's your excuse, Rhino? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? Okay. We're gonna save again. Just so I don't have to... Just so that we, you know, it's quick. It's quick. Because I'm kind of scared. You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves you knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? Is this true, Mr. Wright? I show that piece of evidence now. I'm sure to be made out as the murderer. So, we're gonna go for the picture, because I don't think anyone else has seen it yet. If you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? We have to show something. Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence. Alright, wait, the time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the Chief's. Now, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. No, I can't show them that yet. Why not? You know which item to show. Mr. Wright. If you're not sure, then think it through again. How can you use that evidence to your advantage? What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. Can't afford to make the wrong decision. Okay, so the answer is no. But I feel like I can't say no. Okay, so this is showing the fact that the cloth has been cut out of his vest after Lana entered the room. This is the piece of cloth that was cut out of his vest. Evidence list that shows the picture that shows the possible murder weapons, and the base. I think we have to talk about it first. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it, and that's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? Looks like part of it's been cut off for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Okay, so he just revealed that he was concealing evidence. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Rhino. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as a murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. Then it then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, then when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. Told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this sharp part, myth? I hit the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Ho ho ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Rhino. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant. That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do with that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Rhino. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle. The moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up, victory is mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. I mean, I feel like it would be the picture. Because I don't think she didn't do it. I don't think she did it. It must have been Gant.
Take that!
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. At last, you finally brought it out onto the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, prosecution requests it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh ho ho. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Rido had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprint belonged to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is...
Take that!
Emma? Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh, you're really something, Rhino. You knew this girl did it all along. And yet you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster. Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, and yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious defense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What's this fool babbling about? Talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical brain ends are here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Okay, it doesn't contradict the picture, but it doesn't exactly pin her as the murderer. Oh man. If you think about it, so the piece of cloth, it has Emma's fingerprints on it, right? And the cloth was cut off from Marshall's vest. For sure. It's just the fact that it doesn't prove that she killed him. In the sense that why would it have why would it have like why would he have pulled it out? Or not pulled it out, but like cut it out. I don't know, man. I don't know. Phoenix really does have guts. I could never. Ah, man. I wanna try the picture, but it doesn't really contradict the picture. I'm gonna try the picture. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture that Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Oh! I just realized. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it. I didn't even realize. That's crazy. That's crazy. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Oh. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. And the jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. I have my jaw open. Oh my god. I didn't expect it to be like this. Or I guess I kind of did, but I didn't really I've been right about some things, but I haven't been right about the way that they play out. So it's been a very pleasant roller coaster surprise and stuff for me. Remember what you admitted to only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. I love this sprite so much. He's also yelling. I'm not gonna do that. It's finally over. Oh, someone's objecting. I've never seen this sprite before. Oh my god. Oh, that was close, Rido. You almost had me. He looks like he's been had. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean, you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Earlier, old Rhino here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Rhino? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this time. Okay, so that's what happened earlier. Well, that's true. Defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. I don't think that's how it works. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I didn't. I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. It's not that I didn't present the evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. Oops. He interrupted. There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. My guess is the two rules of evidence law. So I think it just needed to be relevant to the case on trial. I'm gonna present the book. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book, the second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? What, relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, That piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damangant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes. No. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damn again, the killer was you. He's laughing hysterically. I can't keep up with this. I think he's gonna explode. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. I feel like I saw him on screen and I tried to slip into a southern accent again. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm gonna hand this all over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detective ever will. That's crazy. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, You left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, where do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. No, you're not. Edgeworth has not committed a crime. One day, you'll understand. No, he won't. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. But he has me. Or Phoenix. Mostly Phoenix. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Aji. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Demogant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Rido here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. In the melodious sound of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Demogant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. Dang, she back to talking to me like this. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the top. I love her smile! I owe my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. Yeah, because Phoenix definitely would not have done it on his own. He has guts, for sure, but he did not have... He definitely needed Edgeworth in that moment, for sure. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is order for all of us. Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact that you still acted as his accomplice, the trial will be scheduled for those crimes in a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling? It It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. So happy for her. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. Yay! We did it! We did it! That is all. This court is adjourned. February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Alright, wait, let me drink my water real quick. We finally finished the trial. It's been more than a month, definitely, of us working through this one. Just, wow, we're finally finished. Well, not completely finished, because I gotta tie up the loose ends and whatnot. But after this, I'm definitely gonna just, like, call it for the night instead of, like, chatting and stuff like I usually do. And then we can talk all about it next week. For sure. We'll probably talk about it next week. And then play like a little indie game or something. Or not a little indie game. But like a short game. Okay, but let's get to it. At long last, it's finally over. Emma. Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. Are you my thanks, Mr. Wright? And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too. Oh, she didn't get praised by her sister. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Come shoo. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. How many times are you gonna say this? Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Oh. So it is still her sister. But Lana, should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Oh, they all hide. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on towards a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching those two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. So silly. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes, but Mr. Edgeworth, not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. No, you're not the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. Like, you're not selfish like him. You're just like a no-nonsense kind of guy. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. He's not alone, Bert. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight criminals on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary. But I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Demon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. Yeah. You were working together with Mr. Wright. because of that partnership. You were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither evidence or I would have been able to find on our own. Oh, this one.
Take that!
That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgery. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, you'll excuse me. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you. Or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Well, okay, I guess we'll see, in the next game. I forget there are two games for Phoenix's trilogy. Oh, she said she better get going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit you soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here. This is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I've ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go checking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks in prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. What? Huh? What? What do you think I could afford with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. I don't even know if I got paid for this one. Huh? What? What? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. What? Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection!
All right. What a case. Oh, I arranged for a friend. Wait, she'll be pleased to study under her top corner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Yay, I hope they get to do that. Okay. I like the credits. Yikes. I thought it was a goner for a moment there. In the end though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief office. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. That goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner is keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show him though. Someday I'm gonna make a detective. Yes sir, and then I can be just like Dick Gumshoe. What is it? Can't you see him having me a showdown with my steak lunch, pal? Wait. Miss Star managed to sneak this in for me. She's saying, wait, oh, cowboy. Looks like you did it. Even gave Bambina back. What? Stop. You make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Okay. They was doing it too fast for me. Oh, here's Miss Star. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. Right way to lunch. Top layer plays bitter as defeat. Bottom layer say is victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot cellar. Make sure not to eat it backwards. Okay. Oh, here's a judge. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see what his name was. What was Mr. Ladd? Anyway, he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better go. Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. What's Maya? Nothing soothes the soul like a fresh country hair. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. So I can't go back until I'm full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. Oh, I'm glad that they gave me a little moment with Maya. I wonder, we might see some of the other people from the previous episodes then. Maybe. Well, Maya's like really important. Maybe we'll probably like see Larry or something. Oh, how could I forget about Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? Brought you your tea. What's going on? Did he really leave? Oh, my head's kind of in the way. Thanks for coming to see me off. Can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh, they let me investigate it? Wait. There's a little picture. Maybe? Aw, they're so cute. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, we finished it. I got the little achievement. Rise from the ashes. Wow. Wait, so if I wanted to... So I think I finished that one. So the next one would be Justice for All. And then we have Trials and Tribulations. Yeah. Yep, we're all done. Oh, you guys didn't see me play episode 1 through 4. But wow, we are all done. We finally made it through. Hold on. Wow. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and switch. I kind of did talk about it earlier. With the whole planning to just switch like kind of automatically to the ending screen and kind of call it a night because it is very late. This is probably the longest I've streamed ever. I don't know if we're gonna see any other like 5-hour streams. I'll definitely have to pace it properly for next time for sure. But that was a lot of fun. That was very thrilling to say the least. Very thrilling. I don't even know how else to put it. I was just like amazed and in awe like the entire time, because even though like it is really fun that I kind of predicted some aspects of it, but like I wasn't completely right because you just can't guess some of that kind of stuff. So it's just absolutely awesome. I love it so much. And I'm gonna have to set up for the next series or the next thing that we do. I'm not really sure what it's gonna be yet. But we'll talk about it next week. We'll probably play excuse me, one of these indie games. One of the like games I kind of just have sitting on my backlog. Yeah, I look forward to it. And I had a lot of fun, and I'm very happy. I'm very excited, but I guess not excitement anymore. I'm excited for the rest of the series because I'm like, where's everyone going? Everyone's going their separate ways. Edgeworth is gone. Phoenix is doing something else. Like, oh my god. But that's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a hot minute before we see what happens with all that stuff. But I hope you look forward to it. It's gonna be a while, but I hope you look forward to it nonetheless. And it's been a really long stream. It's almost 5 hours. So thank you for dedicating any bit of your time to sharing this experience with me. It does definitely mean a lot. You know, your time is a very precious resource. I do definitely appreciate any of it being spent on me. That is for sure. And I'm gonna go sleep. Of course. Thank you again. Thank you. Good night. Good night.